All right. Good evening. Afternoon? It's definitely not evening. Good afternoon, everyone. Gonna get started here today. We are in monoliths, which is fantastical. Loving it very much. I've already done a little bit of work on this monolith. We just need to keep getting leveled up and stuff, really. We don't have to care. Oh, we can actually do all the quests and stuff. Might as well go ahead and do that. See if we can get through this first boss. My character's not super tanky. I've died a couple of times. Now that I'm in softcore, I'm just kind of balls to the wall in it. So let's get going on some of this. I did activate, I had to go through. It was really obnoxious. I couldn't copy paste the um sorry, I couldn't copy paste the loot filter that I wanted to use. It just didn't want to work for me. So I ended up having to like copy the line items manually. And that took me like 2 hours last night. Got a generalized loot filter from Rax. And we'll go through and we'll customize it and I'll kind of explain what it is that Rax was trying to get at when he made the loot filter. So that way, y'all can steal the same loot filter and use it. Rax has some really good content about the game. Lots of very educational content. I guess he used to, yo, what's up, Gravy? I guess he used to, or does still work with, gosh, there's a website. I forgot what it was called. But they put out a bunch of educational stuff on video games. So how's everything going for you over there, Gravy? Going. Yeah, you share stashes across characters. You share coins across characters. You share your crafting materials across characters, so all of your shards and all that stuff. Basically everything but levels you share across characters. Unless you make the character solo self-found. So this character is completely isolated from my other characters because it was what is so well, I guess it's solo character found in this game. But because I made it solo character found, the only items this character has access to and the only currency this character has access to is currency this character has found. So if you would like to have like a just getting started experience on a character because you're practicing for, a new season or something, then you can go ahead and just set it up that way. I just got killed. This character is not nearly as tanky as my old character. We need to see about something about that. Well, that's good. I'm glad you. Oh gosh, look at this. Okay, let's maybe work a little bit on the gear, huh? Let's maybe work a little bit on the gear. Let's go into our loot filter. Let's see. I don't care about that. Show exalted affixes. I probably actually have to go in and do a bunch of this stuff, don't I? Okay, so let's go over this loot filter a little bit. So first things first, we always hide all items on our loot filters. Every rule that comes above this rule supersedes this rule. So if you put hide all items and then you put show all items, then you show all items. So up until level 10, we show all items, right? This is currently disabled though. I really love this toggle because it gives us an opportunity to um, put rules in that we're not necessarily always going to use, like that. Next, we have show all rare or higher, and then we turn that off after the campaign. So we don't want to see the yellow items once we clear the campaign. We're only going to start looking for um, like exalteds and stuff. Next, we've got recolor all idols. So this is just showing all of the idols. I probably should just put this as show instead of recolor. I like having the word recolor here so I can see what color the idols are going to be. So we've got show all the idols. Then we have show all the idols that are decent. We've turned off some of the idol affixes here. So this is the one, and then once we get to empowered monos, we're actually going to turn this one off. We're only going to show the best non-class idols and the class idols for our class. Let's go in here and make sure that we've selected our class properly. And this will be really easy for you all to do as well. Because if you're playing an Acolyte, for example, you just come in here and click, boop, get all the Acolyte. So we're going to get all the rogue idols here. So that's nice. These are for shattering. So we have shatter defense affixes. So you can just steal this this loot filter, Gravy, and it's pretty well documented. You'll see that the names, I've changed kind of what Rax had. I have the words change per character. If you type in that last Epoch tools, and look at, and go to that website, or there's a site called Maxroll, which is where the person who made this Rax Antarax, I believe works, or at least worked at Maxroll, and is also a streamer. And so you can go ahead and like go and steal this from him. He's the person who made this originally, and then I just copied it over and changed a little bit of wording because I have things like change per character on here. And the way he worded it was a little bit different. Yeah, so Maxroll should be fine. You should be able to, and then I would just type in RAXX in the search, and this will come up. This is Rex's universal loot filter, and it gets really in depth up here. You have a recolor for all of your build weapons and rares and stuff. So this is going to be the important one, like super late game when you're pushing level 100 and you're trying to get really, really good stuff, because these recolors up here, you're looking for only items of specific item types with specific affixes that have at least a tier 7 mod. So you'll go in and you'll even go in and get subtypes. Right? I don't necessarily need primalist relics, right? So I'll get maybe all classes, or maybe I only want specific rogue ones, so I won't even get all the rogue ones. I'll only get like the specific one that I'm using for this build specifically, or maybe my next build. So these ones up here are like how you really drill down on your end game character. And then you've got all uniques that are at least 2 LP or 18 Weaver's Will. This is a really important one. Show all uniques with 1 LP and 14 Weaver's Will. Again, these are things you're going to change per character. But we're going to go through here. We're going to look at some of this. So this is Shatter Defensive affixes. So this is, we select 16 affixes that are health, block, resistance, crit avoidance, movement speed, cooldown, stuff that you need for defensive stats. And then if an item drops with at least one of these defensive stats that is at least tier 4, then it shows up with this blue so that we can pick it up and we know it's a shatterable. Again, this is something you're going to change per character. For example, on the character I'm using right now, I don't need armor. But I do need, well, I don't necessarily not need armor, but I do need dodge rating. So if I don't have dodge rating on here, okay, it doesn't look like dodge rating is part of this one. Oh, here we go, dodge. So I don't have any of the dodges, and so we want added dodge rating, increased dodge rating. And then I don't really use evade, and I don't plan on using evade, so we're not going to get that one. So I'm going to add those two in as well. And then we're also going to come down here to parry, and we're going to get that parry chance. Leech is absolutely defensive, for sure, for sure. You could make an argument that you might put Leech as offensive because mostly it goes on your weapons, but I would definitely say Leech is a defensive. You're right, I don't actually have any Leech, so melee damage least is health, and don't really care about increased Leech rate. That. Good thought. So then after that, we're going to shatter offensive affixes. So these are specifically our affixes that are offensive, and they're going to follow the same rule of it needs to have at least one of these with at least tier 4 so that I can shatter it and try and get specific stuff that I want. So this is going to be very important to be a per character thing. Because we need melee damage, we got melee attack speed. We'll probably take any kind of melee damage. We definitely want critical strike chance. Maybe area might be a good one. I'm probably going to get a little overboard with it. But we don't need any spell, right? We're not using spells. We're not using throwing attacks. We're not using bow attacks. So damage types. We'll take all of the damage types because I don't care. You know what? Actually, this is going to make me shatter too many items. Yeah, that'll be fine. That'll be fine. Void damage, void pen, physical, fire pen, cold, lightning, elemental. So I'm not doing any damage over time, so I'm not going to take the damage over time. Physical penetration, minion physical penetration. I'm not going to have any minions, so I don't need any of this minion stuff. So fantastic. General, crit multi, crit chance. An increased area we can definitely take a look at there. So that's pretty much all of our offensive. We'll confirm that. Those 27 will be in there. Acolyte has so many leech skills when you get to mastery, so I'm going to put leech in that filter for defense along with parry and dodge. Yeah, crit multiplier. So your crit chance is how often you crit. And then your crit multiplier is how much more damage your crit strike does. So I have 200% crit multi right now. So my attacks deal an additional 200% damage. I think. Or this may start at 100%. No, yeah, it's just what you're multiplying. So either this starts at 100% and 100% is just the base damage, and so I'm doubling the damage, or I'm tripling the damage, but I don't remember what the base number here is. But it's probably that I'm doubling the damage, right? So I need to get my multi up. Need to get my crit chance up too. I've only got 10%. That's sad. Yeah. So we got that, and then we've got shatter class specific affixes. So this is all of your class affixes. So when you come in here, you're gonna want to go ahead and just get rid of any class that you're not currently playing. And so this will just give me the affixes that are specific to the rogue, which usually has things to do with your skills. So let's see if I can find one that has something to do with Flurry. Here's increased damage while wielding a sword. That's nice. Added physical throwing damage while dual wielding. Don't need that. Pen with ignite. Chance to shred armor on melee hit. No, these are things that you'll want the entire time. These always stay on. Uh, the next one I put as affixes to Rune of Removal. Rax put these as a little bit of a different name. He put these as like high value affixes. So I recolored these to a pink. And the reason I also put these at a higher stat, he made it where that they show up if they have at least one level. I put them at 3. I might actually take that down to 2. But what we're gonna do here is we're gonna find affixes that we need a lot of, or that are insanely important to us. This is one also that I would probably also keep up in, um, even throughout the campaign. And this one I might, originally I was going to make this more strict, but I think I might make this less strict and even put things like some of the healths and stuff like that on here. But these are just super highly valuable affixes. Base health, health percentage, or some. Depending on your damage type, your main damage types are going to be some that you want. Uh, Maybe even your resistances are some that you want. Um, there's some different ones in there, but you want to get these early and often because you want to use runes of removal or even runes of shattering on these so that you can quickly start leveling up your gear. So these will be really important. I'll have to go in and change some of that action. Item bases. So these are items we're not even worrying about the affixes. These are just chances to roll certain bases. And I would actually change this as you go through the campaign. Um, and I would even maybe change the rarities as I was going through the campaign. So these are things that you might use a glyph of envy on to get a bunch of random stuff, or you might use a rune of discovery to get your 4 random affixes on. You might just add 4 affixes to it if you have like a really shitty item. Right? If I had like a really shitty mask, I might just get a mask and then just add 4 affixes to it. But these are specifically the item bases that you want. So if I really want swords, right, I might recolor my one-handed weapons, put in one-handed sword in here or something, allow it to recolor those. So I see all the normal magic, rare, and exalted swords as a different color. So I know to pick them up so I can craft on them. And then I'd even go in here and I'd check subtypes, right? And I'd got unique subtypes. These come from your nemesis. Yeah, absolutely. So if you're not going to play melee, then absolutely take the swords and stuff out. But this is a great place to do that and just get the bases you're looking for. I probably won't use this right now. I think I'm too far along. Maybe later I might filter in some really specific late game bases. The next one is recolor for things that you want to use a rune of ascendance on. This is also going to be per character. So if you have a unique that is extremely important to your build, like you absolutely have to have it, whether it be an amulet or a ring or whatever, then you're going to go in here and you're just going to pick the item type that that ring is, or that item is. So if you really need a ring, then you're going to show all your rings. They're going to be recolored to this green. And then you're going to confirm that, update that. And then I'm always going to see every ring that drops as this green, no matter what rarity. And the reason that's important is because I know I want to use an Ascendance rune on that so that I can go ahead and get the unique ring that I really, really need. So I'm going to uncolor that because I don't have anything like that right this moment. Then next one we're doing is we're turning on all exalteds. So we're showing every purple item. We're going to keep that going until we get to empowered monoliths because we don't get a ton of exalteds. Once we get into once we're in normal monos, we get some, but we don't get a ton. So once we're in monoliths, we're going to start looking for exalted items so that we can get those tier 6 mods, maybe a lucky tier 7. Next, we're going to recolor tier 6 exalteds with certain affixes that our character wants. So we're showing all exalteds because we're probably going to shatter most of these exalteds so that we just have lots of random shards lying around. And then here we're going to recolor, and I'm just emphasizing with basically the same exalted color. And I'm just going to emphasize these, and then I'll go through and I'll choose the affixes that I specifically want for my character. So we're going to go in here, we're going to do melee damages. Critical strike we definitely want. I'm not going to worry about adding like melee fizz or melee fire or anything like that as an exalted. I'd prefer to have my melee strike chance. My melee attack speed is one that I really want as an exalted mod. We're going to go down here to general. We're going to get critical strike multiplier, critical strike chance. Definitely want those two as potential exalted mods. We want added health and percent health on basically all of our gear, all of our armors, as potentially exalted mods. And that's probably going to be pretty much it. We might even take a parry. That could maybe be a good exalted mod. These are just things that we specifically want for this character. So it's got to have at least one of these affixes that I've selected out of this 7. It's got to have at least a tier 6 of that affix. And then we've got item types. We've got 23 selected. So I'm actually going to go in here also. I don't want scepters. I don't want wands. I don't want maces. And honestly, I don't want axes. I want swords and daggers. That's what I'm going to use. I'm not going to use any two-handed weapons. I'm not going to use any offhands. We'll go ahead and do all of the armors and all of the accessories. So this is going to really, really pare down what I'm seeing here. So we're going to update that. And so they're going to be the same color as the other exalteds, but they're going to be capitalized. The next one is Havoc runes. So this one is kind of an interesting filter. And I think it's actually probably the most important filter. There's a rune called the Rune of Havoc. And the Rune of Havoc reshuffles the tiers of your items. So if we look at this item right here, right, we have tier 4 crit chance, we have tier 4 melee damage leads to stealth, tier 3 chance to apply frailty, and tier 4 necrotic resistance. Now, I don't have a Rune of Havoc on this character, but if you have a Rune of Havoc, what you can do is you can apply it here, and all of the non-sealed affixes will shuffle their tiers. So you keep the same affixes, but they swap tiers with each other. So they don't shuffle to random new ones. Like this tier 3 could maybe go up here, and then all of these tier 4s could like move around. But now they're all the same tier. Yeah, non-sealed. So you see this one is a sealed affix. In order to get this sealed affix down here, this 5th affix, you have to use the Glyph of Despair. So you go to tier up an affix, and use a Glyph of Despair. The Glyph of Despair says has a chance to seal an affix instead of upgrading it. So that's instead of upgrading it. So you still have to have the shard as if you were going to upgrade it, but then there's a chance that instead of upgrading, it'll seal to that fifth slot. The sealed affix is moved to its own slot, leaving its old slot open for you to add a new affix. And so it opens up the fourth affix slot again and just moves it down to a fifth. Now you can only have one sealed affix per item, and you cannot change sealed affixes. Once it's sealed, it's totally locked off. You can't do anything to it anymore. Um, and then the higher tier an affix is, the less chance it has to get sealed. So a lot of times you'll see people seal really, really low tier affixes, and it's just for a little bit of a boost because sealing off a tier 4 affix is almost impossible. Now, eventually, you're going to want to seal off a tier 4 affix, but it's pretty difficult to get done. But yeah, so it'll just shuffle all of these non-sealed affixes around. The reason the Rune of Havoc is so cool is because if I have like a tier 7 of something I don't want, like tier 7 minion health, but I have also like a tier 2 melee damage, then I could use a Rune of Havoc and hope that my tier 7 minion health switches to my tier 2 melee damage, and my tier 2 melee damage switches to my minion health. Then I have a chance to get rid of the minion health completely, and I now have a tier 7 of the mod that I want. So the way this filter works, that recolors these things that I want to Havoc, is it takes basically any tier 7 affix, right? So this is basically all of the affixes in the game are selected here. And if it has at least one of these affixes in at least tier 7, and there's another affix thing down here. So here, how do I know if the thing I have with me is a minion or a companion? Companions are minions. Companions are just minions that can be revived. Not all minions are companions, but all companions are minions. If that makes any sense. It's like, not all rectangles are squares, but all squares are rectangles. So this affix set down here is where you're going to choose important affixes to you. So I'm going to choose melee critical strike chance. I'm going to choose melee attack speed. I'm going to choose, honestly, I might choose melee damage down here. I'm going to choose critical strike multi and critical strike chance. I'm going to choose added health. I'm going to choose increased health. I'm going to choose hybrid health. I'm going to choose parry. I'm going to choose... I probably won't choose leech. I'm definitely going to get added dodge rating and increased dodge rating. But I want to know which ones apply to them. Like, some do more companion damage. Some do more minion damage. If I apply companion damage to the things I want with me, is it not a companion? It won't do anything. So can you revive? Here we go. This is how we do this. Companion. I've never actually played a companion build before, so let's look. Companion is a type of minion with special mechanics used primarily the Primalist class. By default, you can have 2 companions active at once. All minion stats and effects apply to companions, but there are effects that only benefit companions. After using a skill to summon a companion, the summon skill will be replaced by a companion ability, which is specific to the companion summoned. If you can summon multiple of the same companion, you must summon the maximum number or reach your companion limit before the ability will change. When a companion's health is reduced to 0, it enters a downed state rather than dying. Being close to a downed companion will revive it, but if you wait too long, the companion will die and must be summoned again. Yeah, so that's it. If it has its own skill and it can be revived, it's a companion. And any bonuses to minions also apply to companions, but bonuses to companions do not apply to minions. If that makes sense. So what's going to happen is, sorry, on this one here, if if there's an exalted affix, right, that's at least tier 7, and there's also one of these affixes here that exists at all, and I'm actually even going to put this in here. I only want these if they are less than or equal to tier 4, because I want these affixes to be able to be changed if I havoc them over. So I want a low tier affix to potentially get. So it has to have one of the 11 affixes I want, and it has to have an exalted affix so that I can use a rune of havoc to try and get the affix I want as the exalted. And the other one is something that can be changed. And then I've got my item types down here, so we're gonna do the same thing. We don't want two-handed weapons. We don't want scepters, maces, axes, or wands. We don't want offhands. We want all the armors and all the accessories. Confirm. So this is really going to pare this down. And then we're going to see that as that pink color. And then tier 7 affixes. These are the tier 7 affixes. Again, they're going to be recolored and boldened. But we're just going to put the same affixes that we have on the tier 7, these 7 affixes here that we've selected. I'm going to put those same ones up here. And actually, I need to add to this. I need to add the dodges as well. I think that's important. Let's go in here and get dodges. And actually, we probably want movement too. Movement speed's a good one. Go ahead and do that. And then in this one, we'll actually probably select movement speed down here as well. From that. And then we'll go in here and we're just going to select a couple of important ones. I haven't been putting attributes, but I actually want dexterity to be available in some of these. Let's see, for melee, we're going to want melee attack speed. We're going to want melee critical strike chance, melee base damage, or generic damage. General, we're going to want multi and chance. Health, we want lots of healths. We're not doing block. I don't really want exalted resistances. I want resistances, but I don't really want exalted. You want some dodge maybe in there. Might want some parry. And we'll probably want some movement speed. We'll confirm those. We'll update that. All right, next we have show champion affixes. Champion affixes are just the special personal affixes that drop from the champions you kill. So this just shows those. They're like a slightly off yellow color, like an eggshell color. Not eggshell. I don't know. They're like a yellowish color. Experimental affixes are the ones that you get from the rune wizards from the runic prisons. And then show exalted experimental affixes. So if you get an experimental affix that is an exalted, we would show those. I've already got like all exalted showing, so these will show up, so it doesn't really matter. Recolored double exalteds. So these are a deeper purple. And they're showing they have 2 exalted stats on them. I've selected for now every possible stat, but this is something that you might want to change per character. So I might even add a second one of these in with a totally different color. So I might show all double exalteds so that I can shatter them, because that's worth a lot of shards. And then I might go ahead and make another one that just shows the double exalteds that I might. I'm not 100% sure on that yet. Show set pieces that you want. So this is another change per character. This is just going to show, if you go in, so there's an option in here, instead of affix or class requirement or factions or whatever, you come down here and you show uniques. The set pieces are actually in the unique. If you go way down here, you can go through and you can find specific set pieces for each of the sets. So if you have a set that maybe you're interested in using or something like that, this is where you would go ahead and put that in. As of right now, I don't have any set pieces that I'm interested in for this character. This is show rare and needed uniques. So again, this started out, so I copied this from Rax, and Rax had a base tier of 0 LP uniques that he always wanted to pick up because they're powerful uniques and they're fairly rare. So the baseline of this is just those uniques. These uniques are showing up with no LP, so they're just going to show up all the time, no matter what state they're in. If they have 0 LP or if they have 4 LP, you're always going to see these. So if you have a build enabling unique, unique you have to have for your build to work, then that's where you put that. Show rare and needed uniques. We've got show all legendary items, because we want to see legendaries when they're on the ground. These are mostly going to come from Nemesis, or if we accidentally drop a legendary on the ground, we want to be able to see it. And then we've got show all uniques with 1 LP, or at least 14 Weaver's Weaver's Will. There you go. Which are the ones that level up. Now again, you've got rarity unique. You've got legendary potential at least 1. Weaver's Will, at least 14. And then there's 373 uniques. I've got them all listed right now. But what you probably want to go in and do is find the ones that you like, that are rare. That you don't think you're going to find with like 2 or 3 or 4 LP. So you don't necessarily want all 373 uniques to show up with 1 LP. There are some fairly meh uniques that maybe you could wait for a 2 LP. And then you have a recolor to make them more bold and easier to see for anything with 2 LP or 18 Weaver's Will. And in here you'll see we've got all uniques selected. Once we get up to 2 LP or 18 Weaver's Will, we're going to want to make sure we see every single unique. Because at 2 LP or 18 Weaver's Will, we have a chance to actually make a really good item out of pretty much any item, and 2 LP is pretty rare, so you're not going to be seeing a ton of these uniques. There may come a time where you want to get rid of some of the lower tier uniques from here, but you can just come in and change that again per character to make that easier. And then up here, we have the recolors for really, really high-end stuff that you want specifically for your build. So you're going to come in here, you're going to pick your item types, you're going to pick specific affixes, you're going to pick, how many of these affixes you want to show up. You might pick, you might say that you want them all to be like tier 4. So maybe you change this. Maybe you want all 4 or at least 4 of the affixes and you want them to be at least in tier 4 or something like that. This is where you're going to really pare down, though, on some very, very specific items that you want for your build with very, very specific affixes. So this is all of this up here. I'm actually going to turn all this off because I don't have any of it set up right now, because I'm not really looking for anything specific. But once you get to about level 90 or 95, when you're doing, 300 plus corruption, and you're really looking to hone your build a little bit because you've got a couple of affixes that just aren't really helping out, this is when you're going to come in here and you're going to start picking some really, really specific stuff, right? What sword do I want? Not just that I want a one-handed sword, but that I want a specific one-handed sword, right? I'm going to click one-handed sword in here. We're going to confirm that. I'm going to come down here, and I'm not going to use, these are the ones that come from the Nemesis. So I might choose these, but I'm not going to pick all swords, right? I'm going to come down here to the end game swords. This is 54 melee. This is 38 melee with bonus critical strike multiplier. Yes, max roll. There's lots of websites out there that have lots of different. And so if you're following a build, then I think it's absolutely fine to just use the loot filter that the person who made the build was using. For sure, that's 100% great. Um, I like this more general filter here because it's set up to be quickly adaptable, and because then I can make my own builds and still just use this filter. So what I'm going to end up doing is for every single one of my builds, I'm just going to copy this filter, right? I have put on here universal copy for new characters. This is a universal loot filter that I copy for all new characters and custom. So I can duplicate that, right? And now I have a copy. And so then I can go into this copy and I can change the name of this copy to be my new character. And so then I can just switch loot filters every character. Um, and so I think it's great because I'm not playing builds that people have already created, but I'm going through and building my build on my own. If you want to, again, making your own builds isn't terribly difficult in Last Epoch, but it does take time, it does take knowledge, and you can mess it up. So if you don't want to deal with that, then 100% go play somebody else's build. You'll still have a good time. Um, this game is about killing hordes of monsters, and that's where the fun comes from. And if you don't like going through and doing all the math and all this other garbage, you just want to kill hordes of monsters, then fuck it, do that. Use somebody else's filter. Don't worry about it. They've got them set up where when you hit certain level breaks and stuff like that, some of these things will like turn off. So like you don't even have to come in here on some of those filters and click anything. You just activate the filter at level 1 and fucking go. So yeah, these general filters are more for people who are going to try and make their own builds and stuff also. But yeah, so that's mostly what the filter is. Um, and it looks good and I like it, and you'll see it's already taken out all of this weird yellow shit that I don't need. So we're going to be really pared down here. Going to have to worry very much at all. Y'all give me just 1 second. I got to use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. Thanks, Gravy. Yeah, I didn't have it until last night. There's also a new emoji. It's the little loot lizard. For loot hype. He's got a little coin and he's gonna eat it. Adorable. Alright, so let's go back in here. Now that we're kind of set up a little bit. Stupid, I laid down my freaking smoke and then I like dashed out of it. Alright, so here we see, here's one of my shatter items. Here's just a regular exalted item that I'll probably also shatter. Very nice. Zap zap. Flurry everyone. Ooh, gross. There's my champion item here. And here's another item that I want to shatter, apparently. Increase melee attack speed, damage over time. Yep. Definitely something we want there. I'm really, really happy with the way this filter's working. Vulnerability? Hell yeah. Flurry is a much slower clear because of its fairly small range and diameter. But goodness gracious, is this fun. Definitely makes you pay way more attention to positioning.
happening.
Love not seeing most of these items. Makes me so happy to have my screen nice and clean. Very nice. Easy lemon squeezy. Keep moving on to the next mission. Boom. We're gonna murk this boss. It's gonna be great.
Not happening.
I think I need to go this way. They went that away.
That was close. Not happening.
That's right, I'm supposed to be picking up all this stuff. Super strict loot filters. Can't be leaving stuff behind. I almost guarantee that I need and or want everything that drops on the ground in one capacity or another at this point.
Not happening.
It's really crazy to have such a nice, clean loot filter. I've never had a loot filter this good before. X did a great job. There are, like I said, there's maybe a couple of things I would change, or maybe a rule or two I would add. For like super duper endgamey stuff. But this loot filter will get 99.9% of people straight through everything they want. Got all kinds of stuff to shatter. Now, if only we could
Not happening.
now if only we could get to a point where the stash tabs follow loot filter rules, I would just be ecstatic. Just ecstatic. Alright, let's fight this first boss. That's the first boss coming in here. That.
Not happening.
Alright, come right back in here to the middle. Light this dude up. Let's see if Big Boss get
Not happening.
caught up by my decoy. He does get caught up by my decoy. That's awesome. So even monolith bosses. That's crazy. I love it. Freaking love it. This is the right way to handle this. It's not terribly useful because, you know, it only has so many hit points. The boss just kind of nukes it, but it'll save me from a couple of attacks. Give me a little breather to get a nice little DPS window in there. Can dig it.
Not happening.
Oh yeah, dude. Increase unique drop rate, increase experience, increase rune drop rate. We're gonna increase the rune drop rate. Because, yeah. And we're just gonna boop right back on in here. We level 60, baby. We level 60. Now gonna move right on into this next one, but before we do that, let's go ahead. Let's just shatter up. Items. Nice. That's so great. I feel so good about this loot filter. It's gonna help me really get through my loot. Make everything nice and easy. Thank you, Rex. Mana Forged Odachi of Suppression. Ooh, that's a big old melee critical strike multiplier. Definitely gonna be using some Odachis. Ooh, got squirrels.
Not happening.
Come here, you little moose thing. Elephant, wherever you are. Right. We already empowered it once. What did we get out of this? 9 health gain on a glancing blow. Damage reflected. Don't care about that. Operation. Also not going to care about that. Interesting. Whatever. We already started empowering it. Let's just go ahead and empower it. Sickening flame. The road. He's not saying cocaine miasma. Cocaine miasma.
Not happening.
Very much like that. Definitely need to start doing more damage. My really weak early game weapons are starting to show their base damage is too low. They're just not really doing great. Vitality, cooldown, recovery, health. Those are actually pretty good boots. So let's actually go in. Let's see what I can maybe do to this Odachi. I like chance to apply frailty on hit. It's a little excessive, but I like it. Um, so let's see if maybe I can just re-roll into some decent stats here. I don't really need poison damage. I can take melee lightning damage. I don't really need it, but I can take it. Let's get some crit chance or crit multi. Probably melee critical chance is actually going to give higher chance because it's less general, and that's usually what happens. More specific stats, higher values. Oh, I only had one of those. Whoops. Let's go ahead and hit this with another reroll. Damage over time for minions, we don't need. Reduce bonus damage taken from crit strikes. Actually, I can get behind. Actually, I think that might be where we started here. So 70 may. Oh, this is a two-handed weapon. Whoops. All that work. Nothing.
Not happening.
Hey, a cocoon scepter. Look what I got. Frozen ire. How useless. Come here, you big ugly lug. Lifts. Shards. This is actually pretty decent. I'm actually probably going to stick with these Advent of the Erased. That 21% less damage over time taken while you have haste is pretty outrageously valuable. So, just don't see me ever having the ability to get rid of that and still be happy. I'm gonna want it. Gonna want it. So some of the cracks in this particular skill are starting to show. Primarily the limited area that this particular skill hits. And I like it as a player for that reason, right? I like not having crap all over my screen. But my inability to really clear well just creates a lot of danger. I think this is going to be a good bossing build. because it hits so fast and you can really play that stick and move playstyle. Dodge rating, maximum shadows, dodge rating, health regions. We're actually gonna do some work on this. We're probably gonna do some work on this right now because this is, I mean, increased critical strike chance, melee health. Well, this also has dodge rating. Okay, so this is actually just a really good, and it's got more forging potential. We might keep this around. Let's see, health regen. We don't want health regen, so let's see if we can turn this into something nice. I can kind of deal with that. We also don't need any strength, so unless we can like roll this into dexterity. Okay, we'll just shatter it. That's fine. We have to go way up this way. I hate this. Oh, it's just an armored phoenix. Okay. Thought it was maybe the phoenix freaking
I won't forget that one.
champion mob. That thing kicks my ass. This is a story about Billy Joe and Bobby Sue. Haha, you're dead. There's a set piece in here that I don't really want. This, we got these. Goodness, I'm picking up way more items than I actually think I want to shatter.
Not happening.
Ooh, double. 6 and a 7. Nice. Increased critical strike chance. Increased void damage. Chance to stun is a little meh. And the minion melee damage is a little meh. That's a pretty good one right there. That's cool. Gosh, it's nice to just have my loot filtered. I'm just gonna keep saying it too. Can't stop, won't stop. Oh, am I out of shatter runes? I am out of shatter runes. Oh, that's that big assassin's claymore.
Yes.
So we can go in here, we can buy. Every time we come out of a mission. Buy these. Let's see. Dodge rating, increased health regeneration. None of this is actually useful, but that's a pretty good base. I actually really like this base. So let's just see what happens. We could take lightning resist, take fire resist, But everything else is just a no-go. Okay. Well, bummer for me, I guess. Shatter that bad boy. This is allowing us to move so much more quickly, too. I used to spend a lot more time just looking at stuff on the ground because I didn't want to pick up stuff I didn't need. And then you can also, if you feel like you've got enough affixes, right, these blue ones that are these shatterable affix things, I can just turn those off anytime I want. Which honestly, during these early monoliths is probably a good idea. Just pick up and shatter every exalted item that you find. Unless it's one of the exalteds that you might actually use. These blue ones are really good for going through the campaign and making sure that you get 2 maps, 2 monoliths, with a nice little bit of shards in your pocket. And I mean, I'm still going to use them a little bit here in monoliths. And they're really good to just turn on and off, right? I can go down here and I can just be like, you know what? I don't really need these right now. Let's just turn these off for a little while, and that's probably what I'm going to do. I'll just pick up all exalteds and shatter all exalteds. That's just as good.
Not happening.
Siege Golem. Need to get some more armor shred going on, I think. The damage isn't terrible. It's not great, but it's not terrible. Get some more armor shred going on. We'd be in a good spot.
Not happening. Easy. Too easy.
It is too easy, isn't it? I really don't think this game is too easy at all. I could see how maybe from a if you were only playing softcore, I could see how maybe this game might seem a little too easy because there aren't any consequences really for dying anyway. And a lot of times you can overcome stuff that you died at fairly easily. But even things like just regular Avaroth, and then of course Uber Avaroth, is pretty huge and pretty difficult to beat. So, yeah, I mean, you're going to make it through the campaign, you're going to make it through the monoliths. Might get stuck at a couple of bosses and need to spend a little time farming and stuff. Like, you're going to make it. That doesn't necessarily, I think, make the game easy. Makes the game accessible. I think when people talk about easy, I think they're talking about the amount of time that it takes to overcome those breaks. Discord in a sec. but he's trying to talk to me a lot. Be important. Whoops, I accidentally ignored my mother yesterday. Sorry, Madre.
That was close.
I didn't mean to. I'm so sorry. It's sad how often I miss people's messages, or I'll see them and then I'll get caught up doing something else and I'll never respond. And then it'll be like a day or maybe even multiple days before I realize that there was a message there that I needed to respond to. I sit at my computer all day, every day. My family must just think I'm a terrible person sometimes. Ignoring people.
Not happening. Easy. Too easy.
What do we got here? Some storm tide boots, movement speed, shock on lightning hit. None of that really matters. I definitely don't need any quivers. We might actually just go ahead and banish this one. None of that was even remotely useful. I think that's the first one I've banished on this character. Banishing those is usually not a good idea. Honestly, I probably should have just fought it anyway, because at least I would have gotten some shards out of it, but oh, we got a little rune dude spawned here too. That's bullshit.
Not happening. Not happening.
Too good at this game. Oh yeah. Alright, what do you got? Ooh. Two-handed. On. A primalist? I've never actually seen this one before, though. I might get it. Increased movement speed, that's nice. Armor. Resist, strength. Increased elemental damage. Full damage in werebear form. Rage gained on kill in werebear form. 8 fur in werebear form. Oh, that's cool. Let's go ahead and hit the empower on that. Maybe I can get something cool here.
Not happening.
The one thing I do like about this skill over the hammers is that this skill is always doing the same amount of damage, no matter the hitbox size of the enemy. I was getting really frustrated while playing the hammer character with the fact that smaller enemies were just naturally harder to kill, because I couldn't get my hits off on them like I could on enemies with bigger hurt boxes. It was very, very upsetting. Man, there's almost nothing dropping now. This is great.
Not happening.
Still one more. All right. Thought I'd had that done. Also, I think I've been talking to myself for a while. Whoopsies. Here in just a minute, we're going to get up. We're going to go put the beans on and take the rice out. Put our evac soon screen up again. Very happy about that screen. I tried to get it set up on a voice command so I could just tell the bot that I'd be back soon. And it would turn it on. Didn't really work out. So I ended up just manually turning it on, which kind of upsets me. I really want some voice commands. Alright, so this says you have a higher chance, or you have a higher critical strike multiplier, but you deal less damage with non-critical hits and damage over time. So I think I like this a lot, actually. And I've got quite a bit of critical strike. I've only got a base 11% chance, but I've got a bonus chance on my skill and all kinds of stuff. So we're gonna rock it right now. Let's see. Just see how it goes. Actually, let's check the damage here. It went up. So. But yeah, I mean, we have so much critical going on.
Not happening.
That package was marked delivered and it's not even 5 miles. Lol. Will be getting ahead of themselves. That's what happens when you assign arbitrary, like, time limits and stuff as a company to when things need to be being accomplished. And your employees just start fudging the numbers because you've made it impossible to achieve the goal. Then you've, made that goal like everything for their performance review. And so they just freaking lie. People will 100% do what they can to achieve achievable goals. But if you set unachievable goals, then people will actively do less and then just lie about achieving those goals. That's just the way that works. Oh, yeah, no, it's not your fault. It's the company that hired that person. They, I'm sure, set some sort of time limit or something that said every package must be delivered within X number of hours. And so, in order to maintain that metric, the person marked the package as delivered even though it isn't, so that they could hit that goal, and now they're just going to deliver it whenever they get a chance. And that's 100% leadership's fault, that delivery company, because that's just what happens when you make it so that employees can't reach the goals. Oh, yeah, yeah. I mean, I'd be a little upset if I was you. Because now there's no tracking, right? The package is marked as delivered. So now how am I supposed to track the delivery? So that would annoy me. But I certainly wouldn't be annoyed at the employee. I'd be annoyed at the freaking company. Let's see. You know what I need to do? I need to go into here. And I need to turn off Primalist and Sentinel and Mage and Acolyte. And I probably need to do the same thing in here. No, I need to turn on Rogue in here. Perfect. Oh no, the class idol's already selected up there. Never mind. Cool. Like, yeah, dude, gotta have that hardwire. Ain't no sense in using Wi-Fi at your house. Unless you're, working on a laptop and you move around a lot. You're on a PC using Wi-Fi, you're fucking up. Let's go. Zip, zip.
Not happening.
Ooh, that hurt. Okay. Okie dokie. Do I have any forging potential anywhere? Can I make myself suck less? I don't really think I can.
Yes.
Perm. Mm.
Take care.
I need to put in some work on making my character suck less. Gotta bail on y'all for just another second here. Gotta put y'all back on. Be back soon. Be right back. Alright, sorry I had to bail on you there, everyone. Had to go get some food going. Let's try and not die here, huh? I really need to work on my gear. It's pretty garbo. Pretty freaking garbo.
Not happening.
Definitely need to max out my resistances. The fact that we're into the second monolith, and we haven't maxed those yet, is, well, it's pretty sad.
Not happening.
Look at that 2,000 ward, baby.
Not happening.
What's up? I'm invincible. I love this freaking bee wasp, or this freaking bee sword.
Not happening.
So dumb.
Not happening.
Get slapped, dude. Get slapped. Ooh. We got stun chance here. Melee void damage. Poison damage. Let's go ahead and reroll this. Melee fire. So I don't actually want either of those stats necessarily. But that might add some pretty significant damage here. What can I get over here? Health on hit. Penetration, some frailty. Just gonna do health on melee hit here. Can't do anything with that. So let's take a look. We got 5,500 here. If I put this on there, we go up to 68. That's pretty significant. I don't really need the smites. They're not really doing anything for me. Kind of put them on there, cuz. But that's almost another 15 or so percent damage here. Across the board. Still a little weak. I mean, we need to, like, double our damage, honestly. Forgot where my mute was at again. I think I've been talking to myself. Whoopsie. We got that Folio dragon. Bumped up our damages some. Where did our damage go to here? It's still staying at 86.
Not happening.
I don't really know what's going on with my damage at this point. I'm just kind of putting weapons on and seeing what happens. I definitely need to replace this other unique with preferably, honestly, another one of the exact same swords that I've got right now. We're done. I thought there were two with the enemies, but there weren't. Ooh, nice.
That was close.
One of the things I like so much about health gained on hit is it's instantaneous. Leech is great because you can get a lot, and it's capped by the amount of damage you do instead of just a specific hard-coded number. But damage on hit or health gained on hit, just giving you that instant burst, especially when you swing into a big old group like this, definitely has its perks.
Not happening.
Hey, what's up, Damien? So I stopped going back and starting over again on hardcore once the contest was over. I just went ahead and kept going on softcore with that character. So that character is to Aberoth. We actually fought Aberoth a couple of times yesterday. I got the shit kicked out of us, which was cool. But yeah, I did die again on that character. It's in softcore now. What I'm doing now, um, sorry, I missed the messages there. But what I'm doing now is I am just going to start a new character every week, and we're going to start them on hardcore, and we're going to try and play, different base classes, different mastery classes, and just see how far can we get in a week each time. Practice starting out. We're going to do it all on solo self-found. And then I think every Sunday we'll start a new character. Because new characters are fun. And we're going to do it all solo self-found, so each of the characters is only going to have access to things that they pick up themselves. Which I think will be nice.
Not happening.
But this character right here is the Rogue Master Mastery class. And we are playing one of the Rogue's base skills. We're not playing a Blade Master skill called Flurry. And it's just 3 really quick attacks. I probably won't play... I really don't like the ranged mage builds. I'm really just kind of a melee person. So if I do play a mage next, Gravy, I'll probably go ahead and play a Spellblade. I think that would really suit my playstyle pretty well. But I'm way more into the martial classes from just a personal, like that's what's fun to me. Which is really too bad because melee and martial usually get shit all over in these games. Man, it's nice to know that basically everything that drops is probably something I want. I would definitely rock a primalist. I'd love to do a transform build. Probably I'd like the bear transform the most, but I might be willing to try one of the other transforms. Probably not the Spriggan, but there's like an assassin bug transformation kind of a thing. I play that one. That could be fun. But bear is definitely most my style. Just stand there, get punched in the face, do damage.
Not happening.
Sure, my thing.
Not happening.
Skitter! Gonna stick with my acolyte for a bit and then continue my prep. You seem to be doing well on not letting the game overwhelm you with options. Maybe. Yo, what's up, Drat? So that's really cool because it definitely can. This game
Not
can
happening.
feel like there's just too much to do, too much to play. Like you have to do it all at the same time. So it's good that you're, finding what you like, picking the thing you like, and then just do that for a while and
Not happening.
change your mind. You decide you don't like it anymore. You can do something else and
They won't forget that.
deal. Not done yet. They're not out yet. Yeah, the Acolyte has always been really good about clear speeds and damage output, stuff like that. It is definitely one of the faster, hillier builds. It is also one of the weaker defensive builds. Started a Primalist last night. The utility is super cool. Oh, Yeah, I've never played a Primalist, but I'm definitely going to be making one at some point as part of these week-long build series. Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure, Gravy. Gotta build a lot of word. Companion healing and totems. Yes. Oh, no. Oh, no. Let myself die to 4 damage. I'm an idiot. Oh, nice. I don't really need that. I'm so dumb. Ooh. I kind of want to just change this whole thing. Have any of those? Bummer. Anyway. Sorry, got sidetracked. I've never actually played totem build in this game. I played one totem build one time in Path of Exile. And it was a cool build. I enjoyed it. But it's really not for me. I like to be the one doing the things. I don't necessarily like having minions and stuff like that doing things for me. If I could have totems that were buffing me, then I would be okay with that, I guess. But I prefer in that case to just have buffs, like temporary auras and stuff like that, not things that have hit points and can be killed. I really wish that I could do something with this, because I don't need this. I don't need this. Well, actually, I do need maybe increased damage while wielding a dagger, because I will eventually be wielding a dagger. So I don't know. We'll see. Um, we did a little work today, Drat, with our friggin' loot filter already. So I stole this from Raxantarax off of Maxroll, and it's a really, really good general filter. And then it's got tons of stuff in here that you can just kind of turn on and turn off and change per class and stuff. So, a lot of these are like things that you're going to want to change per character class depending on what affixes you want and stuff like that. When you go up here, Zero Gravy, if you want to add a new filter, you hit that little plus sign, and then you can create a new blank filter. You can open your filter folder, which will allow you to just copy the filter into the folder, or you can paste it from the clipboard. But yeah, just tons of really good conditional options in there that you can change the affixes for. You'll still have to customize it for every character that you play, but all the stuff is already set up, and you're just going to go in there and no, it's 30 out of 75 rules. You can have 75, and this has 36 rules. But it's something that you can use from the start of the character to the end of the character. And it's really, really generalized, so you can really drill down on what you want per character. It's honestly, it's a great, great filter. think he did a fantastic job because it even filters out some of your lower end, more common uniques that you don't necessarily need to get with 0 LP, and puts it up there where you can only get those at like 1 or 2 LP depending on some choices you make. Yeah, I mean, it's so good.
Not happening.
So good. He's got contingencies in there for if you have a special like build enabling unique that you just can't live without. Then there's a contingency in there for picking up all of the base items that are like that, so that you can use your Rune of Ascendancies on them, so that you can try and make that specific unique because you have to have it. Oh, Gilgamesh. Leave me alone, dog.
Not happening.
Oh yeah. Does it look like a mushroom cloud? Talking about Gilgamesh over there.
That was close.
This character is so much different than my other one. So zippy. Choop.
Not happening.
Nice. Accolade skills, channeling skills. So you'll see if something is channeling. Press S, and you go to your skill, and you hover over it. You're going to see those tags down there, the scaling tags. If the skill you're using is channeling, then it will say channeling. Now, there are skills, for example, if I look at Flurry right now, it says physical, melee, bow, attack, area, dexterity. If I go into this tree, I can actually look over here, and it'll show me Flurry is now a channeled ability that costs mana per second to maintain. So it will add that tag, and when I hover over the skill, if I've taken this node, it will say channel. So it will actively change the listed tags based on what you're selecting inside of your skills. All right, let's get some more of that. Hitting everyone in their freaking faces.
Ha! I won't forget.
Ooh, dagger. They don't want poison damage. Melee physical's nice though. Chance to apply frailty on hit isn't terrible. What else can I? Just do some more health on melee hit here. Let's actually go ahead and upgrade this one all the way to 5 though. Oh, well. Let's see how this changes things. 97, 82. Yeah, so that dagger's definitely better. The reason I pulled that dagger is because my passives actually have a thing here that say different stuff happens. Combination of weapons I have. Do I not have that node yet? Have I been waiting to take that node? Oh, sword and dagger. Here we go. Yeah, increased crit chance with sword and dagger. So now I'm going to start pumping points into this too, because I definitely want the increased crit chance. Very, very important. Yeah, this is going great. Damage is so OP. Get wrecked. And the filter is a spell damage, spell blade, and spell damage imbued. First one is for me. Look at affixes. Spell, here we go. Um, I think probably the difference is going to be flat versus percentage. See if I have. Spell damage. Adds X spell damage. So this doesn't say. So one of them is going to be a flat added, and the other one is going to be an increased percentage. I don't know which one is which because it doesn't fucking say on here what their names are. Imbued is percent? Okay, yeah. The spell blade will be just a base number increase. So they can both be used for spells. In fact, they should both be used. If you just use percentage, then, like we talked about, the base that it's multiplying on doesn't go up, so your percentage values are worth less. There's a balance in there somewhere. I mean, if you did the math, there's a point at which percentage is more useful than base. Cannot use Spellblade because it says unobtainable due to item type. No, you probably don't need swords for it. I would imagine, what item types are you currently trying to put? Actually, let's just check real quick, because I can look. Oh no, I guess it is only on one-handed swords, you're right. Yeah. In that case, I probably wouldn't worry about it. Because there are things that you can't get on one-handed swords, like, for example, you can't get this percent spell damage on one-handed swords. And I think the percent spell damage is probably going to be way more important than the plus to damage. The base damages of a lot of the, like, caster spells are much higher than the base damages of a lot of the other types of spells. So you're probably going to do better just stacking intelligence. So that'll be what you want to do, is you'll want to get intelligence to increase your flat base, because intelligence adds damage to those skills. And then you'll want to get your percentages, but I wouldn't worry about going for a sword instead, because swords aren't going to give you all the stats you want for everything else. Seriously? That was awful.
Not happening.
I would also check, it's possible that the Acolyte skills require attunement instead of intelligence, but I think attunement is usually like buffing and healing skills or spells and not damage spells. But I would check anyway and make sure that they don't have the attunement tag instead of the intelligence tag.
Not happening.
before I full sent it.
Not happening.
Gracious. That acolyte is very mana expensive, so it's better to have some attunement, I guess. Sure. Or some base mana with some good mana regen and stuff. I've never played an acolyte. So I don't 100% know. There are some interesting things where you can get percentages of your base mana as ward, I think. So if you're going to be speccing into mana, you might try using some of that to get some extra ward. But I am definitely not the person to know much about
Not happening.
those types of builds. I just don't have any experience there. Max roll leveling glad. Nice. Yeah, Max roll is a great resource. There's a lot of really great resources out there. Lots of websites. True. Max roll is a pretty big one. There's a lot of Max roll employees who stream this game and put out a lot of good information and stuff about it. Oh my goodness, my crit chance is up to 23%. I'd be critting all over the place.
Not happening. That was close. Not happening.
That's how you know you're a badass right there. When you start filtering out
Not
uniques. I don't even need that trash.
Not happening.
In the filter under affixes, damage type, why is there an elemental damage and then others as well, like cold fire, etc.? So elemental damage? I am an elitist, you're right. So elemental damage is all three elements, right? Cold, fire, and lightning, but it will give a lower value And then if you get the specific one where it's just cold, just fire, just lightning, then you get a higher value from it, but it only benefits that one element. So it kind of depends on what your build is doing. E6 health, physical resistance. Tell you what, if we can get these to re-roll into something I need. Well, I don't really need... Come on, dude, give me anything. Melee damage leached his health. I don't actually need that. I think we'll just shatter that. Thank you. I mean, I'm just saying. I'm super good at this game. I don't need no stinking garbage uniques. Whoa.
Not happening.
I just almost got nuked. Freaking ranged eyeball enemies came in there and just started whooping my ass.
Easy. Too easy. Not happening.
Alright, game, this shit ain't funny. Hey. Ain't nobody got time for ranged eyeballs, dude. This shit's awful. Oh, hey, Drat. You should check out, there's a new emoji now. I like it. That was definitely not it. I didn't even think that emoji could still be in there. But I took that emoji out.
That was close.
That's the Aloha Raptor. Should be a loot lizard in there.
Not happening.
Little purple guy. Weird. Now I'm annoyed.
Not happening.
We gonna have to fix that. I didn't go through all that effort. Nothing.
Not happening.
Experimental affixes are a special type of affix that you can only get from killing the imprisoned mages from inside of the rune prisons. Right, have we gotten any decent ones around here? Each chance per sword? I don't need that. Ignite, damage over time, chance to poison, chance to bleed, chance to ignite, damage per arrow, physical penetration with shadow daggers, caltrops. I don't use any of these skills. All of these are totally useless to me. Kind of starting to upset me. Got it, got it. Yeah, blue lizard. Need to make him bigger. He looks all small. Need to readjust. I was having trouble. I think the resolution on the image was too high. I was having trouble getting it added in, but I'll see if I can't get it expanded a little. Or shrink the background canvas or something. Probably what I'll have to do is shrink the background canvas. Cool, cool. Gotta love my little loot lizards. I think that's probably just going to be how I decide to make emojis, is instead of doing like your basic happy face, sad face bullshit that everybody does, is I'll probably just take things that we've interacted with that, you know, we seem to talk about the most, like loot lizards and stuff like that, that gets like hype and stuff going on. And we'll just make emojis based on that stuff. High resistance there. What do you get? Might actually be pretty good. Bonus health. But I kind of want this. Still, tier 4 elemental resists. Bonus health. Don't really want strength and attunement, but it's also got 54. You take vitality and dexterity. Yeah. Yeah, did you see that hit? What's up, dude? Suffixes. We're going to roll. Do I not have a hybrid health? Guess we could roll some dodge rating on here. My dodge rating's pretty low. Go ahead and throw some dodge rating on here. It does kind of look like a squirrel. It's got a backpack, and that kind of looks like a tail. No, ooh, I re-rolled it into hybrid health. That was an accidental wonderment. Oh my gosh, those boots are so good. They don't have any extra movement speed, but tier 5 vitality, tier 5 dexterity, tier 6 health, tier 2 hybrid health, tier 4 sealed affix. That is honestly kind of bonkers. Max roll on both the vitality and the dex. The high, well, actually, kind of a meh roll on the health. Middle of the road roll on other. That's, oh my gosh, those are so good. And I still get some forging potential, so as I level up, I can make those a little better by upping the tier of that hybrid health. That's kind of insane.
Easy. Not happening.
Yeah, just don't tell anybody, Drat. I made the image with Sora AI.
Not happening.
People get mad at me. Because it takes work away from people who are trying to make their living as artists. And because Sora AI and most generative AIs were trained on data sets where the actual artists didn't get any sort of compensation for their work, which I understand the argument. But I do put my money where my mouth is. YouTube has an option to allow your content to be used for training AI. And because I think that generative AI is an incredible tool and should be made more available and more useful, my content is available to be used as training sets for AIs. I do have that option selected, but and I mean I get it. I really do. Like it sucks that you feel like, you know, money's being taken away from you, but it also creates this barrier to entry for a lot of things online that a lot of people just can't overcome. Like, I would not be able to have emojis if it wasn't for AI, because A, I don't have the money to buy them, and B, I don't have the artistic talent to be able to make them. And it's such a small part of the stream that has kind of so much value to your viewers that it would be really sucky if the only people who were able to stream were people who already had the funds to be able to purchase all that art and all those assets and stuff like that, or people who were just so naturally artistically gifted that they could make their own and, you know, had all of these other skill sets. And so I think that the people who get mad about generative AIs are wrong. I'm totally for it, but it does make people angry. It is a pretty touchy subject, especially in the creator world. Lots of creators are very, very anti AI.
Not happening.
What should I put in items to ascend better on rings, weapons, or should I ascend weapons and armor too? Yeah, no problem with the questions. Can't close that Pandora's box, just gotta learn to improvise and overcome. I agree. I agree, Drat. Um, so it's gonna really depend on what unique you're looking for. I wouldn't just randomly Rune of Ascend things. I would go through and maybe punch into the item database on Maxroll or on one of the other websites. Maybe some affixes and stuff, or some stats or something that you're using on your build. Like if you're using a certain skill, or you're using certain damage types or something like that, I might go punch that into an item database and see if there are any uniques that have really cool interactions with any of the skills I'm using or any of the damage types that I'm doing. And then I would take from there, I would scroll down to the bottom of those and see how common they are and see what your percentage chance of actually rolling those things are with a Rune of Ascendance. And then I would Rune of Ascend the item type that particular thing is. Well, so honestly, a lot of uniques are sort of build enabling, and what I mean by that is your build doesn't really work without them. And so it's one of those things you really want to look into early, because in this game, uniques are exactly that. They are unique. And so they have oftentimes affixes and interactions that you can't get anywhere else. And so if you want to make your build do a certain thing or be a certain way, or be a little different, then you need the unique. You need that build enabling unique as early as you can possibly get it. So I would go take a look. I mean, just punch in what skills you're using into that item database and see, like, what special things can be done specifically for this skill. And if there's a cool interaction that you see or something like that, then that's the unique you want to go for. And later on, what you'll be doing is you'll be using your Runes of Ascendance not on uniques that you want, but on really, really powerful uniques. Yeah. Yeah, I agree, Drat. See, I hate those people because they're using really, really low quality um, generative AIs, and then they're passing it off as like stuff that a real person made, and then they're charging like real person prices for that work as if somebody actually worked on it, and that's just not what's going on at all. So while I don't mind the use of generative AI, do mind that because it's very predatory. And that is something that I would be upset about if somebody used my content, for example, to get a generative AI to make educational videos or something like that and then sold them as if they had taken the hours or whatever to make an educational video. Or, if somebody made an AI voice using my actual voice and then started selling my voice as a voiceover artist and like pretended like they were actually me doing the voiceovers instead of just licensing the generative AI to do the voiceover for, exceptionally cheap because it takes nothing except some compute resources to train those AIs. And I mean, it doesn't matter to me. If somebody uses my voice to generate an AI voice, like, that doesn't bother me. I don't care. Whatever you're gonna do. I certainly wouldn't want to bar people from creating content because they don't speak well or they don't speak a certain language or something like that. So, just like I'm not an artist and I can't create my own art and I don't have the money to buy the art, right? If somebody was maybe really good at editing and really good at, clipping together B-roll and stuff like that, but they had, a really bad voice or they didn't speak English or, something like that, and they needed something that a generative AI could assist them with, and, maybe that's my voice, and they went and they found a generative AI that had my voice on it, and they slapped that on to go with all of that other hard work that they did. Like, I'm totally for that. That's fine. Because this is just natural for me, right? Like, I got blessed with having a very expressive voice and being able to speak well and all of that stuff. And that's total happens. I didn't earn that, right? That's just a thing that I am. Maybe I earned it a little bit. I've done a lot of acting and stuff like that, so I've learned to be expressive with the way that I speak, but like, that's fine. You can borrow that from me to go with all the other things that you're better than me at. I don't mind. It's people helping people, man.
Not happening.
Well, so I don't even care if you get my consent. Just like all those artists were saying, nobody consulted them before, um, they started using their art to train AIs. I also don't think, especially if I have, my voice out there publicly, I've created content, that content is publicly available on the internet. If you used my public content to train an AI without my knowledge, I wouldn't give a shit. Because I don't think it's really my identity. It's a skill that I have. And the AI isn't going to sound exactly like me because it's unlikely that it'll get trained on just my voice, right? It'll get trained on a bunch of voices to sound as realistic as possible. If it was just trained on my voice, then it would probably end up sounding pretty janky. So, I mean, I guess if you were only training an AI on my voice and you just wanted to duplicate just me, then that would be a problem. Just like if I only trained an art AI on Bob Ross art so that I could just make more Bob Ross art, and then, pretend like I was actually Bob Ross, then I could see that being a problem. But, if nobody's claiming to be me and I'm not the only source for speech development, then, I mean, that's how people learn, right? Your kid is going to have an accent, right? If you have a kid, your kid is going to have an accent when they speak based on the accent of the people around them when they hear speech. Like the way they talk, the inflections that they use, all of that stuff is an amalgamation of every voice they've ever heard in their entire lives. And so right now, You are training your own speech patterns on my speech patterns as I'm talking to you. Now, is it going to have a very drastic impact on your own personal speech? No, you're an adult. Your speech patterns are pretty locked in. But there will be things, phrases that I say, or, the cadence of my speech when I'm talking about specific things that will invade your speech patterns the longer you watch my content and the more of my content you consume. And so that's no different than giving that information to an AI and allowing that AI to use those speech patterns to inform its own speech. Right? It's not going to 100% change the way that AI talks, but in specific situations, while it's talking about specific topics, it will use some of my speech patterns to accomplish that. And I have no problem with that. Do it up. They have some seriously good AI voice capabilities like singing and stuff. It's oh yeah, absolutely. I so I was really big on the AI bandwagon when GPT-3 came out a couple of years ago. As soon as I saw that, I gained access and started playing with it, and I was astounded. And I go back because I don't use AI for a lot of stuff. It's been, I don't know, 6 or 8 months since I've gotten on an AI image generator. And so when I generated the AI image for that loot lizard, I was not prepared for how easy it was to prompt and how good the image came out, how much it was exactly what I was asking for the first time. I mean, it was in freaking insane how good it was. And I just really haven't interacted with generative AIs in months now. And so then I went back and I started like talking to Chat GPT and just kind of getting myself a little temperature test of how things are going and how they've developed since the last time I used the systems. And I mean it's night and day. I'm so impressed with the progress that has been made on some of the higher end generative AIs in the last 6 months. I mean, it's fucking bonkers.
Safe travels.
The voices still sound a little off to me, and the art AIs still look a little off, and the video AIs still generate some funky videos. Like I saw one of a monkey skateboarding, and all of the all of the cars that were on the road with this skateboarding monkey were turned backwards and going like backwards and going the wrong way. And the monkey made weird turns and stuff like that. I mean, it was obviously AI generated, but a couple of them were pretty freaking good.
Not happening.
ChatGPT is really good. I've wanted to start making some more long form videos, and normally I don't write scripts, I just kind of wing it. And so I started talking to ChatGPT about a video that I want to make for the game, and it made some really good recommendations, not just about things that I could say, but about what could be playing in the background. And that's actually something I have a really hard time with, is figuring out what the B-roll should be and how maybe I should manipulate that B-roll. And I mean, it knows all about this game. It knows right when I use terminology specifically from the game or from the community, it knows exactly what I'm talking about. And it uses that terminology when it provides me answers. It's fucking crazy. And I mean, it'll be wrong sometimes for sure, but goodness gracious, dude. It's probably going to put me out of a job, but that's okay.
happening. Not happening.
One of the authors I support on Patreon uses AI art for this story, and it's pretty incredible. Yeah, that's one of those things. So I have an extraordinarily vivid imagination. So that wouldn't really ever benefit me because I can see those images in my head. But my older brother, for example, only sees outlines. So he's really, really good at remembering like directions and like mapping things in his head because the resolution and the detail of what he sees when he imagines things is really, really low. And so, I mean, he's just basically looking at lines when he's mapping out an environment. I have a memory of, yeah, he imagines in line art straight up. Like when he thinks of an apple, he sees a black and white outline of an apple. And it's actually fairly common. And there are some people who can't imagine things at all. And so there's this whole spectrum of, people who basically have no visualization in their minds. And then people who, like me, who see, full color, like I'm looking at it, right? Like I can close my eyes and I can see an apple. But it makes it really hard for me to, like, remember where I'm going when I'm playing video games and stuff. It makes it really hard for me to remember where I've gone because the image in my head is like this full color detail image and I notice everything and I remember everything. So I have a hard time identifying specifically what door I went through or anything like that because I've got the whole image of the entire zone in my mind. And he just sees lines. And so he just maps it out that way. And he's always been our navigator and I never understood why because I didn't know this about him until, a few years ago. And so we would play video games together and I would be totally lost and he'd be like, "No, we just have to go over here this way." And he just always knew exactly where we were on the freaking map. And it's because he doesn't see as much detail. And it's hilarious. So I would love that, right? If I was that kind of person who wasn't able to necessarily visualize what was going on, it'd be super cool. Some images to go with that, or some visualization, some short little animations or something like that that would be going on. But when I read, I don't need that. When I read, I see I mean, it's like a movie playing in my head, which is why I don't watch TV shows. I listen to TV shows while I do other things, especially if I've seen the TV show before. Because as soon as I watch, it's on my other screen, so I can like glance at it. But as soon as I get a little bit of context as to what's going on, what the room looks like, what the people's faces look like, maybe some of their facial expressions when they seem to be experiencing some sort of emotion, as soon as I get some sort of context for that, then I know what's going on the screen without looking at it. So I usually play video games while I listen to TV shows because I don't need to watch them. Brains are fucking weird though, man. Brains are so weird.
Easy. Too easy.
And that's what it's about right there, though. It's about filling in gaps. I suck at that. I'm so bad at the pie, dude. Makes me so angry. This is why I have to play Sentinels. Because I have to be able to just eat that pie move. If I have to actually fight this boss, I'm gonna fail every single fucking time.
Not happening.
I'm so bad. I have the same problem in freaking Lost Ark.
Not happening.
Really? 3 slams in a row, dude? You suck.
Skoski says, smiley face emoji, smiley face emoji, smiley face emoji, smiley face emoji, smiley face emoji. Hey Hermit and chat, how you all doing today? Winking face emoji, hope all is well in you part of the world, smiley face emoji.
In the middle of my boss fight, trying to get me killed. What an asshole. It's fine. I'm playing softcore, dude. I don't care. No fucks. Oh, yes. How you like me now, son? How you like me now? All right, now we go over here where lagging is at. Hate lagging. Freaking lagging, man. More crit chance up in this biatch. 27%. Yeah. Sometimes, you know, you gotta berate yourself a little bit so you play better. It's the way it is.
Not happening. Not happening. They won't forget that thing.
That's always had only one T. I hate covenants of dominion. They are so annoying. Booyah. Yeah, it was probably in Once Human.
Not happening.
This freaking guy. Get shitted on.
Not happening.
Yeah. Doing all this damage feels really good. I'm liking it. I'm really looking forward to dealing even more damage. Getting myself a couple of real good weapons and just going hamburgers on it.
Not happening.
Welcome to Duloc, it's a perfect town. Because it's a defense mechanism for those plants, Skoski. You're not supposed to eat hot food. The plants made their fruits hot so that you wouldn't eat it. It's supposed to be painful. I have no sympathy for you at all. This was a choice you made. You put food in your face, and then it burned and hurt, and then you kept putting that in your face. That would be like... it would be like getting hurt and then continuing to do the thing that hurt you. Like if every time you stepped on a certain area of your floor, you got stabbed in the foot. And then instead of walking around it, you just intentionally went back and stepped on that part of the floor over and over and over and over again. I don't understand people who eat spicy food. It is completely ridiculous.
Yes.
Alright, what's this? Increased critical strike chance and fire resist. Probably gonna want some of that action.
Take care.
Exactly. Consequences for your actions. Feel bad for you. I'm from very, very close to the chili capital of the world, too. The green chili capital of the world. I grew up fairly close to Hatch, New Mexico. And I love the taste of green chili, but I always get mild.
Not happening.
I hate for my mouth to be on fire. I don't do spicy, but now and then I try like a little, but one pepper in a bottle is too hot for me. Yeah, no, I'm not into it. Hatch green chili is the bomb diggity. For sure. And I mean, we used to get it fresh. Like, fresh. Every single grocery store in my hometown, when it was harvest season for green chilies, there was just some dude standing outside the grocery store. And as you walked in, he'd be standing there next to a big old chili roaster. And as you walked in, you would tell him how many pounds of green chili you wanted. Do all your shopping. And then you'd come out, and he'd have your roasted green chili all ready to go in a big old burlap sack. And you'd be on your way. Do some fresh roasted green chilies. And you bought it by like the 10 pounds at a time. Yeah, so that's, jalapenos are not green chilies. Totally different. Which, don't get me wrong, jalapenos, totally good. Jalapeno poppers, also totally good. But they're not the same. I mean, I think green chili goes on pretty much any savory food. Green chili just adds this sort of like smoky flavor to foods, and it's delicious. Put some green chili on your steak, some green chili on your hamburger. I love a green chili cheeseburger. So good. As long as it's mild green chili. It doesn't burn my face off. Yeah, so we make homemade jalapeno poppers at my house. We don't usually bread ours. What we do when we make jalapeno poppers is you cut the jalapeno in half, and then you scoop out all the seeds, because the seeds are where most of the heat's at. You get the vein and the seeds out. And then you stuff it full of cream cheese, and then you wrap a piece of bacon around it, and you grill that motherfucker.
Not happening.
Those things are freaking tasty, dude. I could eat a whole tray of that stuff. But you gotta get not super hot jalapenos, and you gotta get all the seeds and stuff out. Cut the tip off, smack it on the counter for a minute, get the seeds out, filled with cheese. So there's also a vein in there that's not going to come off if you just smack it. And you got to dig the vein out, because the vein is also a big part of the heat. pretty sure they make tools to devein and de-seed chilies. Like just a weird spoon thing that you just stuff down in the tip and dig all that stuff out. But I'll just cut it in half. I don't need it to be the whole chili or the whole jalapeno. I'm fine with a halfer. Just makes it easier. That's not a bad idea, chopstick. That's a good idea. Oh, it's this fool. Black.
Not happening.
Ooh, I think I might have gotten a body armor. Love me some chili rellenos. Oh, hell yeah. Rellenos are good stuff. I prefer, like, chili rellenos are fine, but I prefer foods that are, like, good food with some green chili. Not necessarily where the green chili is the main part of the meal. So, I mean, a chili relleno's nice, but I'd rather have, like a really good enchilada with some green chilies or something in it. That's just me personally. Okay, well, everything about that sucks. Let's see. What do we got here? We got a tier 6 health. We got a lightning resist. Don't need mana. Health gain on glancing blow isn't terrible, but both of these are kind of meh right now. Let's get a rune of removal in here. Let's see if I can just get one of those. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Take my prefixes and see what we can get on here. No, I don't want vitality. Let's get dexterity. Vitality, health, health. This is actually better. Right here. And it still has forging potential. Let's just throw this on. We can upgrade these. Nice. Upgrade that dex. Oh my god, this is such a good item. So dumb. I would like to try a dinosaur T-bone steak. uh... Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about either there, Skoski. I don't think I would want to try a dinosaur T-bone steak. I think I'm okay with not eating dinosaurs. Mostly because in order to eat a dinosaur steak, there'd have to be dinosaurs. And I don't think I want to deal with that. I don't know if I'm ready to live in a world with T-Rexes and shit.
Not happening.
Could you imagine how different home construction would be in a world where there was a persistent threat of dinosaur attack? Ooh, what do we got here? Nice, big old crit chance. Melee leached his life, dodge rating. What else do we have on here? So we've got chance to apply frailty and necrotic. Let's go ahead and get a resist in here. What am I missing? Let's get physical resist. That's real low and that's real important. So let's go ahead and whack a physical resist on here. Let's get melee damage leached his life up. We're all done. Alright, that's definitely better. For sure.
Not happening.
Hermit would find a rat hole and start building turrets. Hell yeah, I would. You don't even know. But it was John Candy in the movie, Nothing But Trouble, steak called the Old 96er, as in 96 ounces. Oh, okay. Okay. So it's not actually a dinosaur. Just a big-ass steak. Got it. Only thing that comes to mind is the Flintstones movie, but no, definitely Chevy Chase wasn't in that.
Not happening.
Got it. Got it. Okay. Yeah, I think I could eat a 96-ounce steak. I could get behind that. I was gonna say, if there were really dinosaurs gravy, I'd probably just get on a boat and go to the middle of the ocean. But then there might be a mosasaur out there, and I'd get eaten. Or like some giant squids. Of course, I guess there's giant squids nowadays. So that's not really any different. I guess they just recently got the first ever video recordings of, I think they're colossal squids. There's so many different types of enormous ass squids, but these ones specifically like live under the ice in Antarctica, I think, and they've never been videoed before. They've just found their remains, and I think they've got the first ever video. Yeah. Yeah, they're like the predators of giant squids. So there's that. Yeah, well, I mean, you don't have to really explore every inch of the water. Because just like on land, uh, you get sort of biomes that exist underwater based on, the fauna that's found or the flora that's found there, maybe on the ocean floor, and, the temperatures and stuff like that. And even though the biomes aren't necessarily super noticeable to us because we expect things like different flora and, like drastically different environments. There are different temperatures and stuff like that, and the stuff that lives in those temperatures and those salt contents and those pressures and stuff like that tend to be pretty standardized for the local area that they're in. So you can search and find what lives in a pretty large area by searching a pretty small subsection. You might not find every single species that way, but you'll probably find most of them. They also apparently just did some new scans with like high resolution cameras of the Titanic,
That was close.
and apparently learned some very interesting things. It's funny to me that we're finding out, because so the video, I assume I watched the same video or part of the same video that you watched. It's funny to me that like we should have known the whole time that the boiler was running because, the eyewitness accounts of the lights and stuff still being on. And we just assumed that all those people were crazy.
Close.
And it turns out they were telling us and we could have just known that the whole time. It's really funny. All right. You know what time it is? I think it's food time, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a little hungry. Gotta go give me something to eat. So I'll be back in just a couple of minutes here. In the meantime, boop, hermit in a cottage.
Drat underscore says survive 172 loot type survive 172 loot type survive 172 loot type loot lizard for the win. Skoski says can you hear this hermit buddy, smiley face emoji, 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 smile.
All right, we back. Thanks for the emoji messages, y'all. Drat, I don't know if I would say you got out emoji because, you used the local channel emojis. Skoski was just using general emojis. So I feel like yours count as extra. Especially because they're long as fuck. Survive 172 loot hype. Survive 172 loot hype. Oh, goodness gracious. See you soon, Ski. Alrighty. Delicious. Turn off the screen there. Lol, rubber ducky. Rubber ducky, you're the one. You make bath time so much fun. Alrighty then. Get back into it. Holy crap, I didn't realize it's hot as balls today, apparently. 84 degrees outside. That's gonna get uncomfortable in a few hours. Oh well.
Not happy.
Nice. Yeah, no, that's true. 84 wouldn't be bad if it wasn't humid outside. I do live in Illinois, and it is like 80% humidity here all the freaking time. Let's see, what is this? Damage leech his health, increased leech rate, lightning resist, poison resist, night crap. Okay, don't actually care about any. Health regen, fire pen. Yeah, as a desert rat, I was not prepared when I moved here for the humidity.
Not happening.
Didn't really understand what that meant. That's okay. I don't mind. I just turn on the fan and take off my shirt. Be alright. Ooh, new skill levels. What's up? Killing everything. You're not wrong about that. I'm a big old fat sweaty guy. So I have my own evaporative cooling. I don't need no stinking spray bottle.
Easy. Too easy. Not happening.
That was easy peasy. This character is so much freaking fun. Ah. Yeah, it does kind of look like I've got things, like the recording going faster or something. Going at 1.25 speed.
Not happening.
Rut-row. 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 This asshole.
Not happening.
Okay, I don't know who that shieldy asshole was. F that dude. I haven't even picked my last skill yet because I don't even know what to use. I agreed, Rat. It's bullshit. All bullshit. And we'll just go this way and get some coins instead. Who cares?
Not happening.
Choom. Bastion key.
Not happening. Not happening. Not happening. Not happening.
I definitely have to concentrate a lot more playing this character than I ever did on the Paladin or on the Forge Guard. I didn't realize how smoothly things were going on the Forge Guard until I started having to, like, dodge abilities and shit.
Not happening.
Now, granted, that's because I have just the worst resistance in the entire world on this character. I really should just get that taken care of, but... But I don't wanna... Level 70. More crit chance.
Not happening. They won't forget that one. Not happening. Not happening.
That guy was
That was close.
beast.
Not happening. Not happening.
Yo, it's windy as hell here. You can hear it howling outside. Almost done. Not quite. Come on, man. Let's go.
Easy. Too easy. Not happening.
I feel like my crits are doing less damage all of a sudden. And I don't like it. Want to do more damage, not less damage. Always more damage. What do you have? Really useful, probably nothing really useful. Gonna shatter some stuff here. Shatter, shatter, shatter.
Yes?
Um, yeah, let's grab some of these. What am I needing? I definitely need some new swords. One has more forging potential. Okay. So, health gained on melee hit for sure. There she goes. You have more forging potential? Nice. Okay. Okay. Definitely need a new face. Definitely need a new amulet. Definitely need a new one of these. My boots and my gloves are actually pretty solid. Probably need a new belt. Oh yeah, my belt's trash. And probably need a new ring. And that ring's actually... Right. Got a little more damage going here. Ooh, nice. It's an arena. Arena with a shrine.
Not happening. Not happening.
So apparently a lot of people died of that particular champion mob, Ghost. I guess people have been complaining kind of the whole season about Ghost being too strong. And I have never really had a problem with him. I think I have died to him once. Normally, I actually feel like he's pretty weak. I don't know if it's because I always have lots of block chance or something, or what exactly it is that makes me feel that way, but it was something that was so common they had it in the dev live stream. They had stats for how many times Ghost had killed people. Because I guess he was the second most deadly Uber. Uber Aberoth had killed the most characters, and then Ghost had killed the second most. Which was crazy.
Not happening.
It's honestly kind of surprising to me that the pinnacle boss is the thing that's killing, or that caused the most deaths. I don't think it's just hardcore specific. I think it's even softcore deaths. But even so, it's pretty surprising to me that so many people got to Uber Aberoth that he was able to cause a lot of deaths.
Not happening.
Because, I mean, I'm still not even there yet. I guess disproportionately, people who get to that point in the game are playing a lot more. So if they're dying to Uber Aberoth, they're doing it a lot. So I guess that sort of makes sense. Still. It's a little bit cray-cray, opinion.
Not happening.
Yeah, but a lot of those people have too. Well, I guess maybe not the softcore people.
Not happening.
Yes.
But tons of the people who defeated, well, actually, I think everybody who defeated Uber Aberoth, except maybe the guy who got first, um, lost their first character and had to make a second one. There was a lot of dying in this race. Normally, when I watch the Pinnacle boss races for Path of Exile, none of the people who are in the top 5 or 10 or however many they're doing lose their characters at all. And normally there's a bunch of people who don't lose their characters at all during the race. And it was hilarious how many people were just getting murked this time. This game kicked our butts, dude. Awesome.
Not happening. Not happening. Easy. Too easy.
There's only been like 300 and something people in the first week that killed Uber Aberoth, I think. I think it was like 341 or something like that, is what the stats said. Which, while an impressive number,
Not happening.
is not a lot of fools. And that's across all the leagues, I think. I don't think that was just hardcore. I think that was all the leagues. So that includes not solo account found. So all the people who are playing the Merchants Guild and stuff who can just buy all the gear that they want for their build. They have the currency. And it's crazy how few people have completed Uber Aberoth.
Not happening.
Yeah, it is. Especially considering how many people must be that far for him to have been the leading cause of death. Like, there must just be a ton of people at Uber Aberoth and just completely unable to kill him, which is comical. And they're just like constantly trying and just getting murked.
Not happening. Not happening.
I wonder how many different builds have defeated Uber Aberoth. It's like I know the Judgment Pally is one of those builds that can just do it really well. And that's the guy who won the race. That's what he was using, was a Judgment Pally build. But I wonder how many unique builds people have used.
Not happening.
Anna. Increased void damage. I don't think I need any of these things. Let's see what I can do here. Do I have? No, I don't. What if we... Alright. That in there. Give me melee damage. Melee damage leech itself is nice. We'll hit some melee physical here. Okay. We need to get some more of those penetrate physicals. I like having a katana, though. Makes me feel like a badass. For a second there, I thought I was going to start spinning to win. Then, like, I didn't start spinning, and I was really confused. That's another thing I want to do is I want to make a dual-wielding spin build. Because, why not? I like spinning, and I like dual-wielding. Lots and lots of hits. It would definitely be an Ignite build, probably.
Not
Just because you'd be hitting so many times, because you've got so much attack speed. And then you'd have two weapons that you could get Ignite chance on. Two weapons that you could get health gained on melee hit, because that's definitely what you want for healing. Probably would want to use the scepters, because I think there are scepters that just have stats that you're looking for just on them.
too easy.
Well, so because you'd be using spin to win, you actually wouldn't be able to use the smite very well, because the only way to get smite while spinning is there's a node that gives you one smite per second, and then there's the sword that gives you 3 smites per second, I think it is. So you wouldn't actually be able to smite terribly well, spin to win, but you'd just be hitting so many times, I think it'd overcome that. Or, maybe you do a fun, like actual hit damage build instead of an ignite build, and then get some life leech. Who knows? I haven't fought Lagan with this build yet. It'll be interesting. Wonder if I can, if I can eat his lightning bolt. Looks like I can. I am not invulnerable when I dash, which is hilarious. Yeah, it really is a lot of BS. Whoops. Wasn't paying attention. Now I'm all flustered. Got me all flustered. Ooh, vitality. Ooh, piece candy. Ooh, piece candy. Get it, Ski. I believe in you. It is very much like the Forsaken Giant. Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely. And I mean, a lot of games have fights like that. I'm not necessarily a huge fan. That's whatever.
Yes. Take care.
See, I don't find, now that I know how to avoid the Forsaken Giant, I don't really find the Forsaken Giant all that irritating. Of course, I guess the Forsaken Giant is very much the the same. There are just lots of skills that if you don't dodge them, you just die. I actually think the reason that I don't find the Forsaken Giant terribly annoying is that um, I get more than one death. And that's probably the only thing that keeps me from hating that fight, if I'm being honest. Let's see. Cold resist, health. Don't need that cold resist. Physical resistance and void resistance are both definitely things I want. Percent cold damage isn't really going to do me any good. What can I get in here? Pretty sure I can just do fizz. It's percent fizz. Can I get any sort of crit in here? Ooh, crit multi? Well, I only have 2 of those, though. I'll add those. That's actually probably better than this. I'll lose a little health that way, but that's okay. I'm gonna need to change that cold damage into something else for sure. Let's go ahead and shatter that bad boy. I am getting things, I feel like they increased the amount of forging potential you get early on. 'Cause I feel like I'm getting things with just huge amounts of forging potential right now. Maybe it's because I'm solo self-found instead of solo account found. If that's true, it might be worth it in a race to do solo self-found. Because having forging potential is so important. Go ahead and do this one, get some extra XP here, and then we'll be able to do the fight again. I need to beat this dude.
Not happening.
Flaming Nagasa Scimitar. just increase damage over time, so I don't actually want to use it. I prefer the crit multiplier from that. What's my crit multi up to? 309% with a 33% crit chance. Very nice. Falling out of control over here. The Vault of the Barnacle King.
Not happening.
What am I doing on this one? Slay enemies until the cocooned item drops. Nice. I love these ones. You know you guaranteed get a unique. And I like the ones where the object is to just kill all the enemies. Because that's what I'm here for. I'm here to kill stuff.
Not happening.
Back over here, Loot Lizard. Loot Lizard!
Not happening.
Idols.
Not happening.
A unique dagger, the Smoke Weaver. Plus 40 melee critical damage, or melee physical damage. Chance to blind enemy. Dodge rating. Reduce shift distance, I don't like. Increase cooldown recovery speed, I do. Super low melee damage, but a bonus to crit chance. Okay, let's empower this. And do I have anything that I want to put in here? Any uniques that I might want to see leveled up here? Another fire starter torch. I'm probably not ever going to use that. Probably not. So let's just empower and get a random unique, and that's... Oh goodness, I destroyed that dude. Hell just happened to him. Cocooned helmet. Lots of experience. Yeah, gloves. Don't need those. Health on kill, no. Chance to bleed, no. Chance to poison, no. Stun avoidance, no. Chance to shred armor on throwing it, no. Ghost, dude. Okay, I will defeat Lagan. Last thing I do. You go to sleep, very sleepy for some reason. Hey, yeah, if you sleep, you go to sleep, dude. Good night. See you next time.
Not happening.
think I'm gonna die again. Whew, didn't die. Shatter that. Shatter that. Shatter that. That. Okay. Kill the dang boss hermit. It's not that hard. Just dodge the attacks. Hey, we made it halfway at least. My goodness gracious.
Not happening.
I'm gonna need this thing to go ahead and give me some more health potions here. I ain't gonna make it.
Not happening.
Okie dokie. I did not focus enough on dodge. Focus too much on damage. And I don't even do all that much damage. It's not enough to justify. Hmm. You know what might end up being the best thing? I wonder, can I take stats? I think I can take stats from all of the subclasses. So what if I just took all the dodge, every subclass, and then went into Blade Dancer? I'm not using any Blade Dancer skills, so that's not gonna like prevent me from using any of my skills.
Hello?
Let's go down here. Let's respecialize mastery allocation. Back all. Let's just check dodge here. So dexterity, dodge rating. You gain haste for 1 second after you use evade. Doesn't really matter. Oh, now we go in here. All right, Falconer, Marksman. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. To get to here, by default, you have concentration, which grants you more damage multiplied with other modifiers. If you are hit by an enemy within 4 meters, you lose concentration for 4 seconds. Subsequent hits do not. Rating, increased dodge rating with concentration. So this is not really going to, because this is marksman. I don't really do any bow stuff. But whatever. Make it happen. Dodge rating. Dodge rating. Dodge rating. That's nice. Those are just all grouped right here together. All right. Oh, wow. That's all my points already. Okay. How did that do with my dodge, though? So my dodge is up to 39% from, I think it was like 19, maybe 20 something. So that's not very good. Damage is down. Ooh, my damage is half. Ouch. Let's just go see what happens if we fight something in here. I'm not gonna go fight the boss, but go in and go into any of these.
Not happening.
I mean, it's a little bit slower this way, but honestly, I'm kind of okay with it. Don't really see a huge issue. Ooh. Ooh.
Not happening.
I'm pretty confused as to why this seems to be working. So. I feel like I'm doing more damage. Which doesn't really make any sense. Because I am objectively doing less damage. Don't make no damn sense.
Not happening. Not happening. Not happening.
Strange. New passive skill. Increase melee attack speed. Interesting. Okay, let's go try this again. Maybe I'll dodge some attacks here and not just get insta-gibbed. Don't wanna die. Please don't freaking kill me. I just wanna kill you. Kill you in your face. Whoops. I am really not paying attention right now. And I think because of that, I'm gonna call it a day today. Almost 5 hours. I think that's reasonable. I'll try and see if I can't get myself past this boss tonight. Carry on tomorrow. What I'd like to do is maybe tonight try and get all the way through 2 empowered monoliths. I may not be able to make it that far. We might have to work on that a little. But I am just like up against a wall right now. So yeah, I find a way around the wall. But thanks everybody for coming and hanging out. I'll see you all on the next one. I'm gonna try and wake up a little earlier tomorrow. Try and go to sleep a little earlier tonight. Since we're shutting down early, I should be able to do that without too much difficulty. And maybe we'll get started a little earlier tomorrow. So I hope everybody has a great day, and I will see you all on the next one.